If there are no people to talk to, you cannot really talk. So I thank you very much also for attending. And that brings me to the end of my presentation this morning. Thank you very much.
I think we are now very well informed, isn't it? But I think we have really learned a lot. With me, what I can recommend is probably for Commission for University Education place, because some of the universities are not aware of that. They are doing that cures or deter it. So how do we move as a passion to commercialize? Should join
research in livestock systems. I never saw a dead cow. And one experience I got in Mali was what we call the tree livestock systems. I'm giving that as a story so that now I can stop. Whereby, time they get a little bit of rains, they never let the animals go close to those Fidavia trees. Because within the canopy of the Fidavia trees, because they bring water from the ground, deep in the ground, into the soil, a lot of pastures grow around them. Because until the drought period starts in. When it gets dry, there the animals, to survive through feeding around the Fidavia trees. Isn't that innovative? This is what we call indigenous knowledge. Unfortunately, there's a lot we can harness. And this takes me to the next stage, the resilience and sustainability of our communities. Hinges on how we place ourselves in the global systems, in the global picture. Because unless you can do that, it is very difficult for you to survive. Two, the research in our place where the leadership issues matter in the continent. So don't wait for somebody to come and show you how to survive, how to harness your resources. That's very critical. Number three, for us in academia, we need to broaden our partnership, to go beyond and work with the people so that we can harness that knowledge is out there, and together we create some synergy. And that's what I was saying, is that it's time for us to start to understand what is this needed from us. Because we have wealth of knowledge. We have a lot of knowledge, which this knowledge can be used to help systems. Kevin, I hope that your comment really about what we saw about linking industry with academia. What happened is that for us, Kevin and I used to work within the industrial area because that was our areas of interest, and that's where we used to operate from. And we find that by involving the universities, even with a dialogue for a cup of coffee, we started with a cup of coffee, we realized there's a lot we can benefit from. One take-home message I will give to you, ladies and gentlemen, doing research, doing on the academia side, we need to see the leads. But don't call us in the part of it when you're looking for us. Let us know also what you are doing that can also influence. Remember, understanding the two, and I'm sure at some point, Kevin was interested in financing research. We see what is the value of research for the industry. We are very interested, the industry, in my early career, I spent a lot of time in the industry, in the US, and most whatever you see today, I'll give a very good example of what we call the GM crops. I happen to have worked in the GM fraternity, and I was working in the team that was working on corn and soybean, the one you're calling GMO maize. This is about over 30 years ago, and we realized the impact we had was we saw the opportunities from the university. That is, the research is a precursor to any development. This is a fact, and it's proven change, and you need to go back into the basics. It is in this process of establishing the so-called GM was basically trying to manipulating. It was another way to be able to move, to extend the life of your molecules, if you're talking about molecules in the pesticide industry. So the best way was to sell it through seed. You can sell a chemical through seed, and I know that's an aspect people have not understood. So it was not meant to stop crops started. And today, whether we like talking about drought resistance, we saw through gene manipulation. You're talking of disease and pest management through hurting anybody. It was meant to increase the productivity as James just did mention, is to increase that production per unit area. The yield gap is an aspect which is multiple of other factors, but one of them is to tell you that the GM came through from the university to the industry, and it became the commercial entity we have today. So, ladies and gentlemen, for us, I come from the Kenya National Academy of Sciences. A Kenya National Company of Science who offer services. The services I call services, technical services, to the policymakers, so that you got what we call evidence-based decision making. So that when you are having a fear, we need to come in and explain without bias. Because the whole aspect is pro bono, so for us is to give you as the science shows. Also, if the arguments are not there. So we are there, we work with the industry, we work with the government, with the
research
proposals, but within the strategic plan. Having champions in different sectors, that is brilliant, Mheshimiwa. Because when you have champions, champions are people who are passionate, yeah? And they're passionate to drive a certain agenda within a certain sector. Now, when you have an institution like NACOSTI that brings people together, you can allow NACOSTI to play a coordination role. Or you can allow a large institution like CARRO to coordinate these champions so that these champions are talking to each other and this work is moving the agenda of the country ahead. That is why working in silos is no longer fashionable. It's not the way to go. In the countries with a prime minister, the coordination can be in the prime minister's office. Because the prime minister, everybody reporting to him, the prime minister at that level can coordinate, not himself, but his team can coordinate activities. I think that is, yeah, that's what I would say on those questions. Those are my answers.
Thank you very much. Any final burning questions? If not, I think let us thank the presenters again with the Nyayo clap of applause. Yeah? One. Short. Yeah, okay. The mic, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Arun Tanui. I am a senior legal officer at the Kenyatta University. The focus of our discussion, whose patents, for example, have expired. Let the country move. The period
of the lower hanging fruits that are fed into that funnel. That analysis includes fruits in the patents, fruits in the R&D data, and fruits in the innovation area. An existing system. Like I talked of the aeroplane yesterday. You can innovate on the airplane if you are doing something in the engineering of an airplane to make it more gas if you take off again, or to make it carry more people. We had a problem with Americans. They come back in the afternoon, grew like this.
Very much. Can we clap for them? We talked about tea. Even if you look at how they package tea leaves now.
One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 2 2 1 2. May check 1 2 1 1 2 1 2. May check 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah? One two two 1 2 1 2 1 2 2 2 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 2 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 1 2.
Una hali amua kwenda kwetu.
One, two.
Hello, can all the members come in, please? I know they say chai ni msema kweli, but sometimes we have to cut it out. Yeah? Can the members come in? Who is responsible for getting the members in? Can they hear us? Because we are now going to start. The first presenter is with us. Last presenter will be Professor Bazei Mwaja. So I think we just start and they will find us as we go on. So I'm very humbled to introduce to you Professor Engineering, and he's now of the programs that are now registered, engineering programs that are now registered at JKUAT. He was at the forefront of them. So he knows engineering. All the young engineers who are here, make sure the sun does not set before you get Professor Ikua's mobile number. He'll be able to direct you in many ways because he went through all the administrative processes in the university, starting with being a chairman, being a dean, being a principal. Now he's is going to represent the Engineers Board of Kenya, EBK. And you know now we have a very positive EBK that is looking at all the programs that we have in the universities and then dealing with them positively accordingly. So, okay, let's go. That's the one.
Moderator, Professor Imbuga. Actually, Professor Imbuga was my Vice Chancellor for 10 years, yeah? And even before then, when she was DVC at Academic Affairs, still she was my boss. So I used to report to her, so we really interacted a lot. So good morning, presence of people that I'm Professor Monene here, Professor Some also, whom we have worked with for a long, long time, even when I was in the commission and other places, even more university and so on. And Million Systems, we had a lot of collaboration, even when Professor Imbuga was the VC. And he's the one actually who introduced the then state of the PLCs and so on at JKUAT. I also recognize the chairman of the Council for I can receive a letter of show cause. So I hope that, pray for me, I don't say anything that touches on him. So here, let me say, as introduced, I am a professor of mechanical engineering, having started my career at the University of Nairobi as a mechanical engineer. That is a long time ago, before the students I'm seeing here were not even thought of, before their parents were born. It's quite a long time. And then after graduating from University of Nairobi, I also studied in Japan. I did a master's and a PhD in Total University, Japan. I've also got some a number of years experience in the industry, having worked with the then city engineers and also Kenya Industrial Research and Development Engineer. And as you may, Engineer Margaret Ogai. So for EB, through engineering program, he or she is supposed to be registered after training. So first you are registered as a graduate engineer, then you are trained for 3 years. Then you are assessed, then you are registered as a professional engineer. So EBK is mandated to do that and also to maintain the register for all professional engineers. Not only professional engineers, even consulting engineers and also accredited checkers. So this is what happens. They maintain, and every year there's a publication of the list of the registered engineers. So when you have maybe building collapsing and so on, then you go and check whether the engineers who are behind it, or they actually registered, and then legal professional practice, and also ensure that there's discipline within the profession. And the profession covers a lot of, wide area, the sectors. It covers energy, water supply, roads and transport, electronics, electrical, all constructions, defense, and many others. All areas, I can say all areas in the sector, in the economic sector of Kenya, the engineer is involved. So there are quite a number of issues that are there with the engineers. Some issues regarding programs. I can mention programs so much because of 14 deans in the universities. There are 15 universities that are offering engineering programs, starting from the very, I would say, grandmother university, that quite a number of them. So they all gathered together and decided to address the issues that were hindering the accreditation. Now, with getting back to where it was at the beginning. There used to be civil and military engineering. There was no mechanical, materials, what, and so on. Now, interdisciplinary element is very, very important, and that's where we are getting. So it's important to be able to work with people of different disciplines and so on. Also, other attributes on project management is very, very critical. And yes, yet another attribute is lifelong learning skills. We continue to register. Every year, there's a register for engineers, and they're supposed to doing many engineering in nature. Then you log them, and then you earn your CPD. So with those few remarks.
Wow, yeah? Can we give him a better clap? Yeah? Thank you very much. He has said he has come from very far. One thing I can never forget, from in marine engineering, and you are told, get out, yeah? As if it was not needed. But now I'm happy to hear from Professor Ikwe that, so thank you very much. The next presenter is he's Professor Dixon Andala, who is the CEO NRF, and is going to talk about opportunities and changing research technology and innovation landscape, the need for universities to transform from teaching universities to research and technology universities. Hello.
But I think the key thing for me is with the promoters, their commitment to high levels of education, the willingness to work hard. There was the strategic location they looked at, the foreign investment, economic openness, and such. But I don't want to spend too much time focusing on those. I want to come back to ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that one of the problems that we have faced in Africa, and Kenya is no exception, is that we have been socialized to beg. Now, I don't think there is any problem with inviting partners that one for begging. You find that many times when we want to solve a particular problem, we have been socialized to emphasize our problems. So we go to donors and say, this is our problem. This is what we don't have. This is what we lack. This is why we need help. And so many times we, in our parts of the world, are seen to be turning up at the consumption table and not the production table. And I'm thinking that if we focus on science and innovation, we can move from that table of consumption, or we can go to the table of consumption, not as just consumers, but as also producers. I used to give this example during the COVID-19, that many of us from developing world, our complaint was vaccines are being distributed to the industrialized countries. We are not getting them. But you didn't hear much about why are we not producing vaccines from our part of the world? Why are we not funding universities and research institutions to come up with vaccines for our part of the world so that we would be on the table as producers and not just as consumers? I think this is what Kwame Appiah in his book, African Philosophy, it's called In My Father's House. He says that we have been socialized, that our identity is that of disability. I think we need to change that for a start. And universities can help us to do that by focusing on the research that is solving particular problems. I'm quite impressed by what is happening here at Dedan Kimathi University. I walked around to see their semiconductors place. I have been taken through the vision they have for the industrial park. And I really think this is really a great idea in the making. I looked at one publication, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring it to before you. Some countries of the world decided to have what they call the global competitiveness through universities. And this book is the one that I have put on the other side. You can see the title. It is called Academic Star Wars. It is excellence initiatives in global perspective. And the objective of this particular initiative was to create universities that would occupy maybe the top 200 or the top 100 universities in the world. And different countries participated in this particular project. I don't know why my slide is not moving. Let me try another trick. Yes, that's good. So some of the countries that participated and which are profiled in this particular book are the ones that you can see on the screen: Russia, China, Japan, Malaysia, Republic of Korea, Taiwan, Denmark, France, Germany. And these countries decided we are going to channel funds into some specific universities, and we want them to make them excellent universities. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to start asking ourselves whether that could be the case. Yes, there are some countries that did not go that particular route, but even those particular countries, when you look at them, like the UK, for example, USA, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, did not participate in this particular initiative. But if you go to the UK and look at this organization called UK NARIC and see the amount of money that they set aside to fund research, not just in universities, but in other institutions, it's a huge amount of money. Some years ago, I did some bit of calculations to try and see whether if we gave 2% of our GDP, and the whole of the East African region, their GDPs, and we gave 2% towards research. And I saw that that money would not have been as big as the one that UK NARIC had set aside for universities in that same year. I think it's about one or 2 years ago. Maybe this scenario has changed. I am not very sure. So when you look at the kind of things that are happening, I come from the literature background. So once in a while when I make presentations, I also make reference to what I have read in the first. And yeah, some of you may have read this little book by Aikwe Ama that says the beautiful ones are not yet born. Or you may have read Chinua Achebe's No Longer Artists, And in that, no longer it is, you find a character there who looks at the desperate situation in Africa and asks, where does one begin? Maybe, especially in this bit of time when you have been seeing the floods taking place, our slums that are being swept away by water, you see the kind of things that are happening in Maimahi and other places, and you want to ask ourselves, where does one begin to transform this country to a place where we can be proud of? Simon Gikandi was making an analysis of this book, The Beautiful Ones Are Yet Born, and he says this book documents a country where the sewage pipes of history have broken. In other words, a very desperate situation, and you can ask yourself, where does one begin? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to suggest in the context of my presentation today that we do have a place to begin, and that place might be universities. We could look at that. This is why, as the Commission for University Education, we are organizing a conference. We are calling it the 4th Biennial Conference on Universities, Research and Innovation. We will hold it at the Kenyatta International Conference Center from the 12th to 14th of June. And the reason why we want to hold this particular conference is to say, look, we do believe that there are good stories. Sometimes when you listen to stories coming from universities, you want to go back, just the slide that I've just presented, where you are asking, where does one begin? Because the situation looks very desperate. We are only focusing on what universities cannot do. Again, going back to what I began with, that socialization of looking at what we don't have. So we are looking at the fact that universities don't have money, they don't have staff members, they don't have enough scholars in the facilities and things like that. But there are, in my view, a few examples of good practice that we could look at and learn from and see whether we can tell our good stories. So one of the reasons why we are organizing this particular conference is to say we want to stop telling only stories about our disability, but we also tell stories about our achievements. I remember a few weeks ago, we organized a Vice Chancellor's Forum, and I'm glad that Professor Mebo was in that particular forum. And the former Vice Chancellor of Dedan Kimathi University, who was actually making a presentation this morning, made a presentation there and suggested that Dedan Kimathi was actually organizing or producing semiconductors, manufacturing. And one of the former Vice Chancellors sitting there said, no way, there is no such thing as manufacturing in Kenya. And there was a little bit of an exchange. I think significant of the thing that I'm talking about, our tendency to always tell the stories of our disability. We need to start together in partnership. So we emphasize, I have this and you have that. We can combine and see what we can do. Dedan Kimathi has learned here, come together, and now they are one. So, and the third thing I want to say is that we need to invest in our ideas, ideals. I have looked at the university as a center of excellence. Yes. You can't hear?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Fine, I'll go quickly. So I was saying we need to invest in our ideas. And so maybe we need people who are in industry who can believe in Kenya enough ideas. And I know the investment sometimes is huge, and before it can pay back, it takes many years. So we need people who would believe in this. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the areas where some examples of our good stories we could look at. Because we don't have time, I don't have time to tell you the details of some of this, but I invite you to come to the Kenyatta International Conference Center. We are hoping some of these universities will come and they will do exhibitions so that you can be able to see some of these ideas. And the question that we'd like to ask our commercial or corporate world is it possible that they could pick some of these ideas and take them to the next level where there is mass production, and so that this thing becomes visible. But the other point I would like to say, yes, we can begin. We have an idea now, an ideology that has been called better and has focused in some of these areas. And is it possible that universities can take up some of these areas and build them as niche areas so that they become excellent in those particular areas. Ladies and gentlemen, because of the time, I want to come back to this towards my last slide, that this book that I began with and these universities that, countries that invested, they have isolated, the people who have analyzed this particular initiative have isolated some of the ideas that you can see on the screen and have looked at some of the results. And while the results are mixed, in the sense that in some of the countries, some of those universities did not quite go up as exponentially as they should have been. But I have looked at that, and the areas where there was no that exponential growth was in such countries as Germany or Japan, where they were already high. So maybe that's the reason why it didn't climb up that much. But if you look at China, for example, they leaped as a result of that investment from having no universities when they began, and by 2021, they had 7 of them in the top ranking. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to also draw your attention that they discovered that policy research underlined the importance of the alignment of the set of some critical factors. And those critical factors are here. One is concentration of talent. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to find out how to make sure that talent is concentrated where it belongs. For example, we could have talent that is focusing on agriculture concentrated at Egerton University. We could have talent concentrated in another area, in another university.
Not resolving a specific problem. And therefore, Kenya's research and innovation system has many players, and a lot of things that are not documented and non-recognition of the role of SMEs that are mainly family business in research and innovation. And I think that is something that is tragic in this country. And we must ask ourselves and reflect deeply on what we want to do. There are many innovations and practices that go undocumented. Professor Ibuga has been talking about these good trees, herbs, and the rest. The one question I want to ask the good professor and chair, are these innovations been documented? Have they been given or patented? The alternative medicine, that's what she was talking about. Alternative methods of controlling pests, Juakari innovations, plant breeding and farming practices, among other researches and innovations. While we know for sure the economy and lives has been impacted, research and innovation, where can we get comprehensive data indicating the impact over time? KNBS, I have tried to search. I'm lucky, I get quite a lot of documents from KNBS myself to find out what exactly and where are we going. But the one thing you realize is that there is very little documentation of what is happening in research and innovation. And therefore, we find ourselves probably lacking in terms of documentation. And therefore, when we talk about impact, how can we do so when we have no documentation? So why measure impact? One, to justify ongoing funding and support. Prioritize research direction. Showcase success stories. And apply what is known to solve the real issues. And let me go to number 4, members. And this is where I started. I want to ask myself a simple question. Is making clothes an innovation? Is making paper an innovation? Is making grass an innovation? Is making metal an innovation? Is making machinery an innovation? Is making plastics an innovation? Is making drugs an innovation? Is making chemicals and fertilizers an innovation? Is making vehicles an innovation? And whether production of this needs further research and innovation before application is a matter of debate. And members, my view as an old man is that until we are able to address what I consider as basic, and basic in the sense is that when you are sleeping, When you are sleeping, there is a business opportunity because you have a blanket over you and a bed under you. And there's a pillow on your head. And when you wake up in the morning and go to the bathroom, there's a business opportunity using soap and toothpaste and putting on your shoes and your beautiful suits and dresses. And until we are able to deal with this, it will take us a very long time to grow and develop as nations. If you check the development of those countries that we are saying have changed, the first thing they did was to address what they call primary industries. Primary industries, food, clothing, housing. Because a lot of jobs, if you consider what do you do with your money when you get it, you buy what you call very basic things. Food. We were told this morning, I don't know whether it's you who mentioned or who mentioned that we are importing food worth 600 billion a year. 600 billion is a crazy figure. I don't know. The PS mentioned 600 billion. The one question I would ask, ladies and gentlemen, if you are given 600 billion and you pump it in research and development, what can't you achieve? Why is it that we are producing so little? And therefore, for me, the challenge is very basic. We must deal with resolving issues that are not just the issue of research and innovation, but application. We must ask ourselves why we are producing so little per acre of every amount of food. And Kari has given us maybe the right varieties. So, for me, I want to say this, that we need to ask ourselves a very simple question. Kenya does not have a standard metric for measuring impact, and therefore we must develop it ourselves. The fragmented nature of research and innovation systems makes it difficult to standardize the metrics for measurements. A lot of research is being done to attract funds, not necessarily to solve specific problems. Currently, I believe that we are in the right direction when we domiciled all research under NACOSTI and innovations under Kenya. And this is a move in the right direction. And therefore, I believe all the players in research and innovation space in Kenya need to hold a week long at minimum to develop the metrics for measuring research and innovation. And lastly, I think NACOSTI has done us well, and we need to move in that space and determine when we talk about development, what is it about if it doesn't resolve our basic problems. So thank you very much, NACOSTI, for the invitation, the consortium of organizers, the presenters, the great audience. Asante sana. May God bless us and bless Kenya. Asante.
Again, another better clap. Yeah? Thank you very much. So this is very important information that is coming to us, and I hope that we are all going to make an effort to implement and actualize it. And I'll just mention the things I talked about earlier about the ticks have actually been, it's one of them is one of the patents at JKUAT. And it is called the tick trap. And it was innovated by Professor Rosbella Maranga. And when she was at ISIPE doing her PhD work, she worked on the tick. The tick is called Rhipicephalus appendiculatus. That's how I knew. You need to know the people what other people are doing. I was not working on the ticks, but I came to know about her work. Yeah? And that's how I came to know about Saga. It's a repellent for ticks. And she came up with an attractant for ticks. So in this trap, she puts the attractants in the trap, the ticks come there, and they are killed. But what we are saying is that even as we are innovating and trying to commercialize, really we need someone who can pick up that to make it mass production. That's where we fail, in mass production. So, and I think the chairman talked about it. So we need to go in that direction. So thank you so much, Professor Munene, on that presentation on how can we help the universities come do what they are supposed to do. The next presenter, again, I'm not going to introduce him because he has already been introduced and he has really played a major part in many institutions in the country, and is going to make two presentations. One of them, the presentation is going to be by Professor, which was to be made by Professor Dixon Andala, CEO NRF, on opportunities and setbacks in the quest for research, funding and financing. And then the one that he was to make by himself, which is, I think, lessons learned? Yes, lessons learned. So let us listen to him. Can we welcome him with an... He's going to do both of them, yeah? Because I can see anxiety in lunch, eh? But can we have now all the mind here? I'm a biochemist, and I know when we mention lunch, there is the happiness enzyme, that is hormone that is released. Eh? So let that happiness hormone be released as the chairman comes in. Can we give him a hearty clap? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not Professor Andala, but I'm going to wear his shoes. I wish I could have the checkbook. I'm going to give you kind of a highlights because we are talking about research. National Research Fund, for sure, is a corporation that was established under the Science Technology Innovation Act 28 of 2013 and became operational in 2015. We are here sometimes because most of us got funding from National Research Fund. And the core mandate is to mobilize, allocate, and manage financial resources to facilitate research and for the advancement of science, technology, and innovation. And that's the core for NRF funding. NRF mobilizes resources, research capacity development, dissemination of findings. I'm sure will be what Professor the chair is talking about, what James did mention, inventory advancement of science, technology, innovation. So it's like a clearinghouse, I can call it that way. So we need, for us to do that, there's need for sustainable funding of coordinated research for better society. The word you should underline, coordinated research for better understanding. If you look at the S&TI Act of 2013, you find that these entities were one family. During the time of my brother, Professor David Some, all these were and National Council for Science and Technology, National Council for Science and Technology, National Commission, National Research Fund, Kenya Innovation was under one roof. So now there are three different entities, but serving in the same ecosystem. They are not different from different places. They are got interlinkages. The key function for NRF is to mobilize resources for the national innovation systems from the government, private sector, venture capital, like talking to my brother Kevin, development partners, going to the donors, and also looking at other sources. Also, second is prudent in managing and investing the funds towards research development, support the development of human resources, because without human resources, it's very difficult to deal with the research. When we're talking about sharing, we'll be talking about sharing resources. Through grants to persons or institutions, including universities pursuing postgraduate programs in prioritized areas. I think there was a mention we need to focus.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption. I think there's an urgent matter. Some of us here had signed to visit Konza Technopolis. And I think it was meant to be from 10. There have been some delays because of the interest in the sessions, but I think we can no longer hold because I know it's going to take a bit of time. So those who are passionate and had signed to go to Konza Technopolis, I think about 100 kilometers No, 50 or 60 kilometers. Yeah. Yes, 50 kilometers. Yes. Please, the bus is waiting outside there. So we'll have some 20 minutes for those who are keen, so that we don't mess up that function also. You can just leave quietly if you are signed, or pass on the message to any of your colleagues. And sorry for the interruption.
Thank you. No problem. Enjoy your trip. Go through a little bit of concern. So the number 3 is support the development of human resources, I mentioned, because without human resources, we'll not be able to do research. Also, 4 is to allocate funds for research and promote multidisciplinary collaborations among universities and the research institutions. Again, this is the core of success. Unless you can do that, if you cannot have collaborations, it's very difficult because you have different strengths. Support the development of research capacities in national priority areas of science, technology, and innovation. When the thematic areas that NRF focuses on, we have agricultural and natural resources, sciences, biological and health sciences. Then we've got physical sciences and energy, which is part of it. Infrastructure, that is information and communication. Humanities and social sciences, and art and space, which means it's holistic, basically looking across all the spheres of the state. Funding mechanism, we have 3 key funding mechanisms. We have the competitive grants, and I think this is key that most of you're looking at this involves funding individuals or groups of institutions and firms through grant proposals. The call for proposals come in and on the basis of national research priorities. They are advertised, and the people are encouraged to apply. And all these people win through competitive evaluations for that. We've got matching funds, grants, that is NRF collaborates with the local and international development partners to fund joint research on areas of mutual interest. Again, this is where James came about, because it's someone who come from DFID, looking at living organisms, and go to Kenya Agricultural Research and Livestock Organization with a proposal to work on certain component. It is up to you as a Kenyan researcher also to figure out what is in there for me as a Kenyan. Remember, I want you to remember that when you hear about matching funds, I give something, you give something. And you come now, we all work together. Remember, you must have your objectives, I got my objectives. And finally, we have the institutional support funding. These are grants provided by institutions for specific, specialized and national research facilities. This could be probably like what happened during the COVID. That could be an institutional, because the government can say we need to look at COVID as an issue, and probably that becomes the institution like University of Nairobi, KEMRI, they get that responsibility to do the research on that component. Types of NRF grants that we have is multidisciplinary research grants. And at the beginning, if I can remember very well, when we started funding, during the time when Professor Some was my chair, we worked more on multidisciplinary, because the importance of looking for multidisciplinary is that we are trying to break those silo mentality. The reason is that you know that even if I'm a chemist, I might need a social scientist to be able to inform the consumers of that technology we are trying to develop. So these are grants which are well-defined collaborative research projects that bring benefits through development of high-quality research products. And research products is not just what you find, it's how you package it. So we used to encourage that as part of it. So we must have a very clear, well-defined, multidisciplinary, multi-institutional, I think that's another aspect, grants, so that you harness the benefits that you get from the strengths of different institutions. When you go to bilateral, multilateral research grants, this is in the sheet strategic international partnership. Again, this is where you find that some of the collaborative donor agencies, donor organizations, USAID, Japanese, they come in with an agenda to have a multilateral grants. And those comes to institutions, they can come to CARO, they can go to KEMRI, those are multilateral, that they are based on an agreement between the states. Then we go to strategic grants. The grants addresses strategic priority research intervention that are of national importance as defined by the Board of Trustees. An example is when we are under a problem of locust. You remember very well about 2-3 years ago, we are under special call for locust control. So that becomes a strategic grant which is responsive to a need for the country. So basically, NRF is the custodian, we can say that. And the purpose of the custodian is to keep track on what's happening. They're supporting other events. We can have like what we're having today, the grant to support scientific seminars, forums, workshops, and conferences, like the meeting we're having this time. They are part and parcel partnership between ACOST and NRF to have this happen. Innovation grants, which goes again to Kenya and the innovation groups, these are grants to support innovators from individuals of recognized institutions, and farms for national development as recommended by Kenya. Again, remember, you got to make it holistic so that at the end, one end of the game and the other end, they are all communicating. Research funds come through NRF as a custodian and then go to that specific grant. One of the areas that I'm sure Dr. Kevin decided, we are not very good at incubation program grants. Again, you know, normally when you discover, you do incubation. And from incubation, now you come with a prototype. From the top prototype, you come to the product. Here, again, the grant is directed for the commercialization of economically viable research projects. What you have international organizations like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we use what we call Innovation Fund. And this would come like vehicle for global exploration. We call them GE funds, where you ask people to come up with ideas that they can be able to develop what we call projects that can come into a prototype. And when you think that project works, then you give the funding for the complete project itself. With that, I want also to encourage that you find that, I think I must have come in, okay. So NACOST and our good friends here called NRF, we are happy to inform you that NRF will be having a conference coming up in August. We are going National Research Week. And I'm encouraging all of you, I think August 13th to 16th, we'll be having it in Nairobi, and we'll be expecting you to come in and showcase what you've done. That was, very quickly, that is exactly what I want to present on behalf of Professor Andala, who is caught up in another meeting right now. Then after that, now I go to mine. Sharing, after we get all this money, we must go to the next one. Sharing lessons learned in sharing. Yes. No, the next one. Okay, just a second. Go back, sorry, go back. I would suggest go back to the one. Okay. Here is quest for research funding and financing. There's another one which is sharing lessons learned. This is what I can use this to do the same. Don't worry about it. So basically, what we're saying is that you think about research. What is the purpose of doing research? I'm sure that I wanted to put this picture here because Professor Onsando will remember. We took this somewhere in Busia. And I wanted to do this because you must be accountable for what you do, and it will haunt you later. What we are saying is that the fundamental purpose of doing research is to generate appropriate solutions to the problems, either in health or agriculture, for the development of the country. And this, which means that then we need to conceptualize, conduct, analyze, and publish the results. And this is the part. First of all, research must be done to have an impact. Here, we were going to observe what Kenya Agricultural Research Institute then was doing, trying to look at researching on problems that face the various areas. Remember that research is based on Africa research and homegrown solutions must be sought, with the reality that unless you can invest in your own, you'll not be able to sort out your problem. And if you look at economic development is preceded by growth in funding for research and development, India is 10%, South Korea 23% in a period of 20 years. They must mature to that level. But then if you listen to the stories about India and these other places, they say they have progressed. They have progressed because they have invested in research. They have also invested because they have what we call indigenous capacities and expertise. You cannot depend on a third party to grow your own. So which means that no country has ever fully developed on the back of an international technical assistance. Kenyans, that's a message for you. If you're going to wait for the Japanese or the Chinese to develop Kenya, they will not do that. The existence of indigenous capacity, I'm indigenous, you're indigenous, is not sufficient if not properly harnessed. You talk about the brain gain, brain drain. If you don't harness your own to return back to you, you'll not be able to go anywhere. And that's why my brother here had to come back to this place. If you look in Africa itself, we have this type of funding, and I've just given that to you with the experience of NRF. NRF fits this story properly. And therefore, we are saying we must be able to harness the research from all those corners. Then we are saying what is happening with us, financing is a challenge. It's a challenge that we in sub-Saharan Africa need to look at how the current state of research. I think I was given the wrong slides, I can tell you that. The one I want is sharing resources. Can you, because of the time, the slide I want to read is sharing resources, because I think they got more than one from me. Yeah. I think, let me tell you what I wanted to, story I wanted to give. I wish I could have gotten, the slides are there somewhere. They were mixed up in the system. I was looking at resources in two aspects. I would ask Madam Chair, we sorted out later if there's space I need to present those slides, because they're in the package there. We can finish up what I've given up to Professor Ndalas now, and come back, I give my presentation at 3 o'clock, the time was supposed to have been done. So I think I can stop at that for that.
Can we clap for him? I think those who wanted an early lunch must have prayed facing Mount Kenya or Mount Elgon. Yeah, so thank you very much, Chair, for your presentations. And he said that we have to invest in our own research, and we have to harness research from all corners. So let us not just concentrate in universities, in TVETs. We can also go to schools and all the other areas. Even indigenous knowledge is very, very important. So I think we can now ask some questions on the three presenters who are here. Short, quick, fast questions. Yeah, any questions for the presenters? Yes, one of them. The second one? Yeah, two. Can we start with those? Be precise. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is John Duko from Egerton University, and my question goes to Professor Mwacha. We know our priorities and strategic areas as a country, yet the government is not funding research. We are attracting grants from abroad which are not aligned to our problems. Where is the problem?
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Rugia, member of IT Kenya Insurance Corporation. My question is directed to Professor Munene and Chairman. Homegrown issues, solutions. You've mentioned about homegrown solutions to our problems. Who drives this agenda? What are the strategies we need to put in place for this? And the other one is integration of academia and industry. You know very well that there's 90% of us here have actually done research. You have an innovation or something that you resolved during your study. But what happened? Did you leave it at the university? What happened to that issue that you resolved through the research that you did? So we have a disconnection between academia and our industries. So what strategies do we need to put in place, and who drives that strategy for connection between these two spaces? Thank you.
Can you bring a mic so that we can answer? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the question about funding of research. Remember, research is a priority in many areas, but don't forget that the resources are the priority of setting up in terms of distributing the resources. The question is that the National Research Fund and the government has what I could call the will to provide research, but the funds are not enough. They might be diverted to do other urgent matters. Nevertheless, the government has already approved to 2% of our GDP in the future because we can grow into that. So the priority is really not because the research is not important, but the resources are not adequate to meet the demand for that particular period. So we continue working towards increasing, and that's how you find that you get the development partners or other organizations coming to work with you. What we need to do is also to look at our strategic research. We got to look at what is this, and that is one of the roles of our institutions like NACOST and NRIF. What is this strategic research for the country that needs to be protected at any cost? I remember that my brother Kevin and I, we said, yes, this is what we call research that has research products which can go to commercial side, but we still need more research to be done for backstopping that, because at the end of the day, there's a fallback when there's a problem. And that's why we say research is not a complete story because you've just finished it. It's the beginning of the story because you must protect it. So the government is aware, all the research partners are aware, and all the institutions are aware. We won't behave like either Christians and Muslims. We continue preaching the good things. Sometimes people backslack, but we continue. So we are saying, yes, we'll get the resources for research, and the priority setting is already done by the institutions. And this is how we attract partners. On the other of integration, I think it would be unfair to talk about integration of university research and industry. My brother, Dr. Desai, will be talking tomorrow. Why don't we hold our horses there? We wait for the real private sector, who is actually the mother of Liwa, to talk about it tomorrow. We'll all be here, we can listen to you.
So the question was, who drive through the homegrown solutions to our problems? I think every development that has happened in the world have always been driven by the government. The political class determines the direction the country takes. And therefore, my view is that NACOST, when it comes up with a communique, maybe when the CEO is ready, I'll make my comment. Sorry, I won't make my comment when you're listening. I'm saying every change that occurs in a country, positively or negatively, comes from the political class. Because it is the government first which has the authority to give the direction of the country. And I would like to talk about 2 or 3 things. The first one is that to drive the country home to homegrown solutions, We must identify the problem as a country and accept that these are the problems we want to resolve. If it is hunger, how do we resolve it? If it is underdevelopment, sanitation, diseases, right now we are having an outbreak of cholera. Those things will be done by the government. So after this meeting, my hope is that we are going to have a communique from an ACOSTI meeting, which will identify what are the issues that we would want the government to address. That communique must identify what are the policy issues. Let's talk about what has happened in Ethiopia as far as the leather industry is concerned. A simple statement, one-line statement, no export of raw hides and skins and pelts has driven the leather industry in Ethiopia to a very high level. So one policy statement, and it will drive a whole economy on its own. So the issue is, for me, the government must be at the center of it. We define what is the problem, but it is the political goodwill that will make the difference. Otherwise, at the end of the day, we will have meetings, but we cannot drive the economy because the government must be the one to be able to identify. For example, when we earn the money we are talking about, the 600 billion that goes to food, why is it that funds cannot be driven back to Cairo to produce enough maize, enough rice, enough sweet potatoes, enough Irish potatoes? It is purely a government activity, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a mic for Professor Some and Professor Kwanza? Is there any last one? Because those will be the two last ones. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We had a task force called TAHES, Task Force on Higher Education, Science and Technology. David and I were members. And we produced 3 laws. The third law was Science, Technology and Innovations Act. Allow me to read just 2 sections of that act. It's section 32, and then ask my question. It says, there is established a fund to be known as the National Research Fund. The fund shall consist of 4 sums. The first one is a sum of money amounting to 2% of the country's gross domestic product, GDP, provided by the Treasury every financial year. Secondly, such sums of money may be specifically designated for the fund by Parliament. That's a second sentence. Third, such other funds of money as may be received in the form of donations, endowments, grants, gifts, from whatever source designated for the fund. And these such other funds levied on licenses for research. But the third one was very interesting. Any donation made to the fund under subsection 2 above shall, where the income is derived from Kenya, be zero rated without tax. This was 2013. Now we are in 2024, 11 years later. This fund is not working according to the law. This is a law. Somebody in the house or anywhere should go to court and say, this law has failed. 2% of GDP is a huge amount of money that countries like South Africa are giving. It comprises all the PhD scholarships, all the research work in the masters in the country there, and they're even giving it to Kenyans, because the South Africans are not enough to take up 2% of GDP in South Africa. We're letting an opportunity go that I think there should be a strategy of how to tell, or even go to the High Court. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Professor Kwanza.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, my question is about the interaction between research institutions and the universities and the industry. In the developed world, industries actually take their problems to research institutions and the universities for research to be carried out. Why is it that in Kenya that does not happen? Industries solve their problems without approaching research institutions and the universities to carry out research and solve the problems that they could be having. Why does it happen that way in Kenya and in the developed world? It is happening.
Yes, you can answer that one, then you can also answer. The chair will also answer. Make it brief and short.
Yeah. I worked in a private company, multinational, in Africa for a long time. We were operating in West Africa, Southern Africa, here, and so on. The reason we could not go to universities and research institutions is because they were not aligned to our interest as a business. Yeah? The sort of research that they were doing could not support our ice cream business. The level we were operating, nobody was operating here. Because we were operating at the level of, this is our ice cream. What do we do to this ice cream to align to the palate of Africans or Europeans or Indians, et cetera, because different people in the world eat food for different reasons. So there were guys doing the distribution of fatty globules in ice cream because that influenced the mouthfeel. That kind of research was not being done anywhere. So that's the point I made yesterday. If you make yourself indispensable and relevant, industry will run to you. But they can't run to you for fun, because they are not in this thing for fun. They are in this thing to make money. Yeah? The other option is for researchers here to understand what the industry research issues are, so that they can align, so that they can attract the money. But quickly, on government, Professor Munene, government is important for pointing direction and policy. But the leaderships of institutions have a responsibility. Take my university, it's not my personal university, but take the university where I'm serving currently. It is a lead university for technology and agriculture. So as an institution, we have to ask ourselves, what does Vision 2030 say? Yeah? And what are we doing as an institution to feed into that Vision 2030? Yeah? And how can we make ourselves relevant to the Kenyan socioeconomic transformation? What is our part of the jigsaw that we are plugging into the national economy? What is our part of the jigsaw that we are plugging into bottom-up policy of helping SMEs? If we don't take that up at institutional level and leave it to government 100%, then why is government investing in us, really? Because all of us get paid of some form of payment. At least I get a car picking me and taking me to do meetings. That is, the taxpayers' money. What do I give back? And that's a very personal thing, really,
Chairman.
and a conviction.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Professor. Yes.
Sorry.
Let him add something.
Yes, thank you.
Very brief.
Very brief. Thank you, delegates. I think what Dr. Nsanda said is the reality out there. There's reality, and then there's what is on paper. One, we are told industry will never come to us. And it's good Dr. Kevin Desai is here, so we can wait and wait until the chickens come up first. The other data that is there, like you look at Switzerland, and you can Google that, which is ranked as the best in Global Innovation Index for the last, 10 years. Industry pays about 70 to 75% of their research funding. So what we need to be asking ourselves, what is it that they're doing to attract industry? Those are realities. They're painful realities, but they're realities. Thirdly, I think I'm in the board of National Research Fund, and when we ask about the law that my senior and my former boss is saying that They told us it is easier to delete that law than to get that money. Because the simple question is this: until the impacts of research are felt by the common people, not we, the elite, you will not get that money. And you are sure of that. You can even add it to 4%. You won't get it. What is the impact? And when NRF came before the parliamentary committee and we were there, the committees chaired by Honorable Meli was saying we need research fund. But then they were asking, even with the little that you have, can you say that this NRF fund has gone and brought this house under? And is now we're actually documenting that data. So it comes to one of the things which, and of course, we are now calling science communication. How do we communicate as scientists? Okay. Because we can't force somebody. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I think the chair wanted to respond. You have a mic? I think they have done. Okay, the very last one. No one else should put the hand up after this. Yeah, very last one.
Thank you. Mine is very brief for Chola from Tomboya. This, and I want to ask Professor Ikwa, very eloquent, stated how they are relating with Q universities for programs. I look at my history. When I was growing until I graduated, industry and regulators were waiting for the graduates of the university. The universities were developing programs and training the students, graduating them. They go to the industry, then they are regulated. Right now, the problem we are facing is everybody is actually struggling how they can all regulate the university within the university. I don't know what is this big interest that they can't wait for me to train my student, which I tell you will train very well, within what to give to the market. Then they see whether we've given them the product. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Ikwa, you can respond.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll respond briefly. I first say that I am not a regulator, so I'm not in a position to answer this. But I can say this. From where I come from, we say the one who, I don't know, somebody can translate because I cannot. Let me give a proverb. I don't know, Professor.
A person who talks about themselves think that they are very beautiful.
Exactly that. So I would say this, that to me, I feel regulation is very, very important. It is in the law. It's very, very critical. I think somewhere along the way, the universities just went haywire. And regulation has been there for professions. We can continue. It has been always there. And is there even outside the country, not just in Kenya. So it is important for somebody outside to come and check what you are doing. Come and check what you are doing. So anyway, I think it's a discussion because I can see his chair is raising his hand. We can discuss it thereafter. Okay?
No, but it was translated and I understood it. If you go and look at yourself in the mirror, you will think that you are very handsome. Yeah? That's what he says.
That's what I was saying by then.
So you cannot talk about yourself. And I think I support you, Professor Ikwa, but get hold of him. I know engineering has very many issues and can take a whole day. So the two gentlemen, I'll be there to chaperone you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Can we clap for all the presenters? And there is one thing I would like to do, because I want to recognize these new and upcoming scientists, doctors, engineers who are here. The little children who are in red, can you come here and take a photo with these eminent professors? Just come and say, and as they are coming, please come here and take a photo. As they are coming, I was telling you some things on how to help yourselves. Yeah? Do you know that you should make sure that at least you grow a lemongrass in your compound? And also rosemary plants, yeah? And lavender. Those three, the snakes will never come in your compound. And then the rosemary and the lemongrass has even triple effects. Because if you put that in your tea as you are boiling, you will never get the sickness that the old people are getting. The one of joints, what is it called? Yeah? Arthritis, yeah? So those are the things that we need to tell you. You need to know about them, learn about them. So as we take the photo, those are very important, yeah? And I don't want to miss in the photo, so I'll go and Kevin Desai. Chairman, what are you doing? David, surely, Prof, come. Do you know, and so, do you know there are two professors here? Professor Munavu and Professor Some. These two are in all the acts that we have in Kenya, touching on science and technology. They have it, and they are the ones who have been generating. They have also been a part and parcel of all the institutions, yeah, that have been started in science and technology in Kenya. Yeah?
Good to see you.
Yes, so Professor Munavu, you can go there. And me, I'll come next to the chairman here. You can see all of us? Yes. Thank you very much. Mala. We are told they are from Machakos, Mala. So those are the future researchers, yeah? Thank you very much. And we also want to recognize those ones. Can you just stand and wave? I think that is Alliance Boys.
Yes.
Yeah?
You could also
Alliance High
have
School.
another photo with them, please.
Yeah, you can also come and have a photo the high school, so that you don't think that you have been ignored. I think I can see Alliance High School. Mangu, come and also have a photo, because I think Mangu, we are going to have the next captains of, not Embryo, the big one is called what? The Boeing, yes? Yeah, that one, yeah, it's going to be very important. Prof, you know you are so important. When you appear, everybody knows we are there. Yeah. You combine all this. But you know, you are so I don't know if the captain. Yeah. Well, now comes, the maroon comes, because we are not going to have another one. One line. Oh, they want their own? They want their own. Ah, okay. I thought they could kneel so that they see the faces of the knees are seen. Okay. Don't cut me out.
Let's say the Allah.
Thank you. Yeah?
I think
the maroon ones, you want to come? Mango, come. You are the final one. Professor Some, you won't miss this one. Mango, come quickly. The captain, we were told you are agile. Come, all of you.
Now this is the school.
No, Alliance was the school.
No, these are from Mango.
No, Alliance was also the school. You know the I know. Professor Ibuka was at Alliance High School. So I have to promote them.
I know.
Come up to spread yourself.
You can move the seats so that you get
No, there aren't enough seats. There are only 4 seats.
How as long as they're visible? Yes.
Sam, you can. Can you take it? Are you being seen?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And are you seeing this young gentleman? Yeah.
Okay, eyes here. So on 3, ushinde, okay? Okay, 1, 2, 3, go.
Thank you. Can you clap for them? Yeah?
Bro, we have another one coming. Don't leave.
Behind here. The lunch will be there.
No, we got the girls.
How can I didn't see the girls? Goodness.
Yeah, the girls' high school. Prof.
The girls' high school come.
Prof, this is like your VC.
Yeah. The female VCs come.
Yeah? Alliance Girls.
No, that's not Alliance. Alliance has Endeavor to conquer.
Okay. Okay, so endeavor to conquer. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. Wow.
Thank you. Yeah.
We're done.
Thank you very much. That is part of mentoring. Now for the presenters, we'll don't go away, presenters. We have some goodies. Yeah? Oyawa, why don't you present?
No.
No, starting with the, okay.
Let's start with the
Move closer.
No.
Okay, the next one.
Yes, Dr. Sabu can hand over that. Yes, please.
You didn't hand over to Dr.
He has not been given. He has to be given. Yeah, he's been given. Next, Professor Ikua. Professor Ikua.
Yes.
So, thank you very much. We are told that the lunch is behind, in the tent behind this way. So as we go, yeah?
Before the break for lunch.
At the?
I want before the break.
Oh, and the seniors will go to where? Where we took the breakfast. The seniors, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, the seniors are those who are my age mates.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Can I make an announcement?
Yes, make one announcement.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, please, let's get back here. Now it's 10 minutes to 2. Can we agree and get back here 2:45? 2:45, so that we can push the program. And by then, any presenters who are supposed to present today, please see me, so that we can organize for the presentations in the afternoon. Tafadhali. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. Mukula mushibe. Prof.
don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building them castles in the sky, just the two of us. You and I. I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I want to be the one with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building big castles way on high, just the two of us. You and I. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Let's get it together, baby. Just the two of us. Like a cold summer afternoon, like the snow coming down in June, like a wedding without a groom. I'm missing you from the desert without the sand. You're the woman without a man. I'm the ring without a hand. I'm missing you. Every day, baby. Every day. Every day, I'm missing you like a cold summer afternoon. I'm
Hello? Members, can you come in? We are ready to start. Hello? Those who are outside, kindly come in. We are going to start with the following people. If you are there, please come to the podium so that you take the chair, the seat. We shall start with Mrs. Jacinta Akasa, CEO Semester. Yeah, please come to the podium. Then the second one, we are going to have Dr. Gideon Kivengea, board member, Nakosti. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, then we have number 3, who is Dr. David Kakungu, who is Director KMD, Climate Change Impacts. And then number 4 will be our chairman, and number 5 will be Dr. David Ngigi. Can you come to the podium and we start? Where is my sister? She's number 1. Oh, you're represented there.
But is the other one for climate?
The one for climate? Are you? Yeah? If you are not there, we shall start off. Yeah. So we are starting with the semester. Okay, so we are ready to start. Can you just give a high five to the person who is seated next to you? So you'll end up knowing who you are seated next to. Yeah? Yes, thank you very much. You should always know your surrounding. Professor Munabo, I think you will say the high five to the air. I'm seeing that person. Say hello to that person. Yeah. Okay, virtual greetings, yeah. So the first person we are going to have is Makoba Kizito, who is coordinator STEM innovations. STEM innovations at Semester. Can we give him a clap as he comes in? And it's 10 minutes, exactly 10 minutes. If I stand up, you stop with that sentence. Thank you. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, the moderator of this session. Could I have the presentation running? Thank you so much. I'm representing the CEO. I'm representing the CEO Semester, Madam Jacinta Akasa. Her topic is on the role of talent development and STEM education in achieving national development goals. And as you're going to see from the nature of the organization, I'll be talking more of STEM than STEAM. So there is something about the continent of Africa, and that's one great advantage, which is the young people, the youth. And I think this is the envy of very many other countries. The challenge is, what will we do with this youth? So it's how do we leverage this youth to make our nation develop? Because they are full of talent, which is just awaiting to be harnessed. And that's why with the progressive curriculum, the CBC, there's an endeavor to harness these talents
by providing a variety of pathways for the learners to pursue. So you have got the arts, sports and sciences, social sciences, and STEM compared to the previous dimension of the curriculum. Now, we know that the youth, as you have seen, have talents and they need to be nurtured. And the general way of nurturing them is through schooling, teachers, the school leadership, the community, and the parents. And I think yesterday we had a lot of discussion from NACADA and the issues around the youth, surrounding these people's roles and why maybe there is drug abuse and so on. So that's a very critical factor in how the youth are going to be in future. And STEM education actually holds the promise of achieving the fourth industrial revolution. People are talking about the fifth. And then it can help our youth to get very decent jobs. But then the issue is, how do we attain this? So I'm going to talk about what Semester as an organization, through the Ministry of Education, is doing to help young people realize their talents and eventually be a resource for this nation. That is our entry to Semester. We are based in Karen. And our mandate is actually to develop capacity in STEM education, training, and research. The vision is to an empowered, creative, and innovative STEM society in Africa. Our mission is to continuously develop capacity in STEM education for sustainable development through training, research, innovation, and partnerships with related ecosystems. Our programs cut across from primary, secondary, and teacher training college levels. Now, our programs promote the CBC STEM pathway through pedagogical programs for teachers. Our main target is the teachers, but you are going to see how we interface with the learners also. So the STEM pathway is about pure sciences, applied sciences, and the technical and engineering. So what do we do? What are our strategies at Semester? First and foremost, there is training and monitoring of the teachers in STEM education, of course. So the training happens, and then what we do currently is we do a follow-up. Because we realize if you train teachers and you leave, then you realize that the application of the skills kind of fades or wanes with time. But when you train and then you follow to the school level to see how they're implementing, they feel more supported and they appreciate that. Okay. Another area that we help bring out these talent development and also, performance or interest in STEM is we provide what we call educational tours. And these are, occasions when students come to our center and we expose them to a variety of teaching and learning techniques. Maybe in school they are more confined within the four walls of the class, but in Semester we expose them to various strategies of learning, hands-on experiences, and also what we call place-based learning, where they learn using the environment as a resource. So these are just some of our spaces that we have. This is the maker space, and when learners come in, they're able to tinker and apply their creativity and innovation. Then we also do what we call the STEM outreach and mentorship programs for teachers and students. We realize that we cannot have all schools coming to Karen, Nairobi. So what we do, we move. We also visit schools and take these experiences to the learners. And this is a situation, one of the schools where the JS children are able to open up a computer and look inside the body of a computer and appreciate how the components of a computer. And then a microscope, they are taught about the microscope. Some of them have not seen it. So we give them this experience to work and observe microscopic organisms using a microscope. And of course, this now tries to create the idea of what they want to be, because I'm told that you cannot be what you do not know. So when they get this kind of exposure, they start creating the kind of future careers that they want. And then we have got this concept we call the STEM on wheels. That's one of our buses that has been modified so that it acts like a mobile laboratory. So we pack it with all the resources, and you can drive to any school and set up a tent and be able to expose learners to all those. And then we are also having the STEM model school, where the Ministry of Education identifies some schools as a STEM model centers, serve as an example, and they're doing all these kind of things, robotics, 3D printing, and all related aspects. All this is about that. We also hold boot camps, learners come, and then we expose them to delve into imagination and being creative. And then, of course, we are running what we call the STEM-based Olympiads for learners. We have done several, and quite a number of students, I think 12 have qualified to proceed to international, Pan-African, and also the South African Olympiad, which was done in Nairobi, I think. So we collaborate with Waterloo, University of Nairobi, to do all these kind of things. And this is based on problem-solving skills. That's the focus of these Olympiads. And it also gives our teachers an opportunity to be trained on how to develop items that promote problem-solving skills. Also, we support schools with the resources. We make materials. We do podcasts, and we are able to communicate certain concepts to the schools. And then we also sponsor, and we lobbied and introduced robotics in the Kenya Science Engineering Fair, which is now the 13th category, which I think is very popular among students. And we also train teachers and learners to be able to understand this kind of thinking, which also introduces them to mechatronics, something that I think when it was put in the syllabus, people are surprised what does it mean. And then we also promote ESD, where learners are able to develop values in life by being able to connect what they learn with what happens in life. You heard that yesterday. And some of the things they do is this. Like yesterday, we heard about stop wasting food. How do you teach students how not to waste food? We take them to the place where they throw their food, and we allow them to analyze the volume and weight of the food that they throw after every meal, compute that into a week, into a term, into a year, times the schools in Kenya, then they see the amount of food that we waste, yet we have got a food shortage. Yeah, and I think from that, we believe if young people are given this kind of thinking and skills, they're going to create solutions. And solutions create what one of the sessions we had about commercialization, leading to creating of employment. And when people are employed, I believe even insecurity is going to be addressed. And we believe for us that if our universities could also open their doors to the learners. I don't know how many universities invite students to come and see, if I want to do engineering, can I go to the engineering department, medicine? Can they just walk in and be able to familiarize with what happens before they take the courses so that they can know, if I'm taking this kind of course, this is what goes on. So we are trying to get partnerships so that if it's about opening up our centers for visits, let us have as many children being able to visit the nearest centers to interact with the reality of what they're thinking to be in future. So I believe we can have that kind of partnerships, like we do regional whatever together, we can be able to reach very many schools and students, because as a Masai alone, we cannot cover the whole nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He was dead on time. Can we give him another clap? Yeah, thank you very much. I think we'll keep the questions. He has told universities be open so that students come to see you before they can now even apply to come to a university. And I'm happy also to announce the arrival of Dr. David Gikungu, Director, MD, Climate Change, and Climate Change. Yeah, thank you. Yes, feel most welcome. And also recognize the presence of Professor Esther Magiri, who is the DVC in charge of administration and finance, at Dedan Kimathi University of Science, or University of Technology. You know, sometimes you forget your children's names. Yeah. So now the next speaker that we are going to have also should know that we have exactly 10 minutes that you have to speak in. Just get the page of that of the speaker, which is The next speaker is Dr. Gideon Kivengea, who is the board member of NACOSTI. Karibu sana. 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Prof. As you have heard, my name is Gideon Kivengea. I'm a director of research from Ministry of Education, I was supposed to participate in the morning discussion on investing in research, but I was engaged in the ministry activity, and I said I will not shy away. I've asked the chair to give me just some few minutes to hear what I would have said in the morning. So on the issue of investing in research, I know when you hear I'm from the ministry, you expect to hear how much we have now put aside now for research. But I want to tell you that as you have been taught that research refers to investigating the unknown, such as new products and processes. So when people talk of R&D, that is research and development. The development part involves using that research finding to create products that can be commercialized. Development can also mean improving the existing processes or products that's improvement of processes, innovations, and cost-reducing innovations. So the purpose of research and development is to provide continual advancement, that is modification or improvement of existing products to come up with new products. One thing I want to tell you is that this is not an easy process. Studies have shown that out of every 10 products that have been developed and tested, only one or none reaches commercialization. Hence, you should understand this is a very risky activity. Successful products so institutions, some entities that commit to undertake R&D must know that and must make sure that those products that reach to the market recoup as high cost as possible, because this can take years. But the truth of the matter is that firms that continue to invest in R&D are the ones which thrive. Others which shy away from this, like Kodak, they also get out of place with time, especially when it comes to issues of new products in the market. So the question is, where are we as a country? Let's look at some case studies. And sometimes we are told if you compare yourself with failures, you always think that you are a winner. So if we compare ourselves with countries like USA, Germany, China, we find that some countries like Germany and USA are investing to a tune of 3%, over 3% of their GDP to R&D. Countries like UK and Brazil, they are investing over 2% of their GDP. Where are we as a country? We are told we are, according to information which was provided to the ministry in 2019 from NRF, we are at around 0.8, but I think the challenge is to NRF or even NACOST to come up with the right figure. So what are some of the ways in which we can enhance our investment in R&D? We can do what we call direct allocation of resources. That is the budget we have from the ministry. So in case of entities, they can improve their products and services. We'll recoup the money they have used, look for new opportunities, and the issue of establishing collaborations and partnerships, as well as intellectual property. Sometimes when you have this protected intellectual when you protect your intellectual property, you get that monopoly of getting the returns for your firm or entity. So what is happening with our institutions? Most of them rely on exchequer for funding. But if you look at some of these developed countries like Switzerland, Germany, Belgium, you find that over 50% of their income comes from the business sector. That is the private sector. So where do we go wrong? As a country, there is what we call promotion of linkages between academia and industry. I think you have made some progress. The only problem we have is that I understand most of these industries run away with the IP. So as a ministry, we are taking a step forward to come up with a framework where in case you establish these linkages, at least you know who owns the IP. So what are some of the key indicators of a well-thriving R&D ecosystem? As a ministry, we are very concerned about having conducive legal and policy environment. This morning I was in KICD. We were validating the science, technology, and innovation policy. This country, since independence, has never had the STI policy. But now the current government is committed to make the environment conducive. In terms of infrastructure, we are also engaged in a number of activities as a ministry. In our MTP4, we have identified quite a number of areas. Like now we are working on a National Physical Science Lab at Konza, where we will have state-of-the-art equipments and where people can access modern equipment. We are also trying to come up with a framework where institutions can share research infrastructure. We know the cost of maintaining research infrastructure, calibration, and so forth. So it's not a matter of people. That is why we want to come up with a framework so that we have a rule of engagement. If you are using equipments from University of Nairobi, you pay something small so that the institution benefits and the student, maybe postgraduate students, also benefit. There's an issue of building capacities. Here we are talking about researchers per million. Some countries, like the ones I've mentioned, have over 500 researchers per million inhabitants. In Kenya, we are still lagging because we don't have the data. Other thing is supporting scientific research. This one is being done by NRF and quite a number of collaborative projects, like the ministry just the other day initiated the Horizon Europe, which is being coordinated by National Commission for Science and Technology. So basically what we are saying is that as a government, the better government has promised to increase our national budget to 2% and also develop a comprehensive framework for resource mobilization to support research agenda. And to bring our private sector on board, we want to provide a framework where we can have incentives. And above all, we have a transparent and efficient way of monitoring the accountability of research funds. Thank you. Thank you very much.
A bigger clap. Yeah, because he has served us at least 3 minutes. Thank you very much. And you have heard what you have said, so keep those questions. We shall welcome now the next presenter. And the next presenter, goodness, I should have opened that page before. The next presenter is Dr. David Gikungu, Director, KMD, Climate Change Impacts and Mitigation in the Kenyan context. That's what he's going to talk to us about. Yeah, welcome. Can you welcome me with a hearty clap? Thank you. I think we know his face very well, isn't it? Who doesn't know his face? Then you don't know what is happening in Kenya. Feel most welcome. Yeah.
I thought you would ask who doesn't have a TV. I have a presentation in PowerPoint. I don't know how to go about this. I've shared with Dr. Mburu. No.
Are you loading the presentation? Hello? Do you have the presentation?
I've shared with Dr. Mburu.
Yeah, Dr. Mburu, please kindly put it on. Meanwhile, we have to go very fast because you know what he focused for today, isn't it? So we have to be out of here.
Well, I can take
Yeah.
I can take advantage of the 3 minutes.
Yes, yes, yes.
As they load.
Yes, you can do that. Yes.
I wanted to. There's a point that was made by, I think it's the immediate last speaker, or no, I think it was the first one that I found when I walked in, when he was talking about wasting food.
Yes.
It reminded me of the time when we were growing up. We would hear our mother say many times that we seemed to know food only when we saw it on a plate. That is, if we were found not to pack things properly, maize, those things that would then be cooked to make food. That was her language, her way of, I think you also grew up that way. Yeah, you would be told, I'm going to the shamba, mchome mtoto, and you would know what you were being told. I will talk about, there is the issue of what we are facing. That's not in my slides about the weather for today. It's not in my slides, but the forecasting office is my first stop every day when I go to work. And I participate in Dennis, you're gone. Okay. Okay, in a moment. Can we have the next one as I do this? Or it's okay? But it should be fairly simple. Yeah. Just.
Let me connect you to internet.
I have. I'm okay. Okay. Is it Dennis?
As they are loading, do you know how to tenderize meat? The ladies who are here. Or how to make cowpea. How many people eat cowpea leaves? Or pumpkin leaves? You do know how to make it soft. You can make it soft when you harvest your beans. You don't throw them away or you don't use them for mulching. You burn them. And then that ash, yeah? Are we together? Yes. That ash, even if you have any mukebe, even the old one, new ones, there's a special equipment for doing that. You put it in the mukebe with the holes poked down to allow the water to flow out. It is called filtration. Then you hammer it down tightly, and then you pour water on top, and you collect the filtrate. That filtrate is called munyu. Yeah? And you only need a little of it while you are boiling the cowpea. The gentleman you need here, because you should also be in the kitchen. Yeah? When you put it in the cowpea when you are boiling, or in the pumpkin leaves when you are they are boiling, it will be so soft and tasty and nice. Try it tonight. Yeah? That is a very important. And nowadays I've seen people have now started commercializing omunyu. You go on the shelves and you can buy it, and then so you don't have to go through the whole process. I'm sure the people from Western who are here, they can educate you further on that one. But it's very important. I know I educated my friends who come from Mount Kenya region, yeah? And they are now enjoying cowpea. They never used to eat it. They are now enjoying pumpkin leaves. They used to use the other one that looks like spinach, but it's not spinach, for putting in, what do you call it, that mixture? Mukimo, yeah? But this other one, you don't mix it mukimo, but it's very delicious. So when you go next to the market, that is indigenous knowledge that we are utilizing. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I'm okay now. Okay.
Technology, yeah? Yeah, I'll tell you something else when you are ready, you let me know. When we are encouraging the girls to do science, we always tell them that science is very easy, yeah? They do it in the kitchen all the time. And the gentlemen also, the science is very easy, especially when you start with the kitchen, yeah? Because for example, when you are making tea, you never do what we were told here, what the US they are doing. They put the tea bag in the cold water, isn't it? With us, we wait until the water is hot. Then you add the tea leaves. Don't we do that? Yeah, because that is extraction method. It's better extracted when it is hot. So that's what we tell the people who are within that environment. This is exactly what you want to do. Yeah, ready? And also, when you are about to make ugali, let me tell you, now gentlemen, you are learning from me. No one else will give you this information. Yeah? When you are making ugali and you want the water to boil very fast, yeah? You take a bit of the unga and you sprinkle in the water. 5 minutes, the water will be boiling. So what are we doing? Yeah? The ones who are in school now. Yeah? You make the water boil fast by introducing, what are they called? Chemistry. Solutes, or are they, what are they called them? Eh? And now you are not responding. You should respond because I'm trying to keep you awake and, yeah? So that is also science. So science is very easy. And the ones who are in high school, make sure that you do mathematics is the first thing, isn't it? The second one, I'm now discussing those three who are there. Second one, the next science is physics, because those two go together. And we are happy, very happy that you are ready.
We are in business now.
Oh, now we are in business.
Yeah.
Those two, science and physics, go together. So if you don't do very badly in physics, they will take your maths grade. If you don't do very badly in whatever, they are exchangeable. So make sure you excel in science and especially maths and physics. Are we together? Even those who want to do masters and PhD, it's the same thing.
Thank you. That's education for free. Huh? We should give her a clap. Yes, so thanks for this invitation. We feel honored as Kenya Meteorological Department. And I have a few slides which I think we can discuss within a short time. In discussing climate change, it is important to discuss what has been observed and recorded. 2023, that is last year, was the warmest year on record. And when we are recording, we have to make sure that the year is complete. If it turns out that 2024 is warmer than 2023, we have to wait until the year ends. This season, we are talking about water that we have experienced. We still cannot compare it fully with any other season until the season ends. We experienced a 1.3 degree warmer world in that year 2023. What we are showing there are just examples of what contributes to global warming. At least 15,000 people were killed by extreme weather, and 23 million food insecure just because of climate change issues, which we lump sum refer to as climate extremes. In fact, as we speak, I can tell you that we have an office within the forecasting office that deals with extreme weather or severe weather conditions. It is from there that I am normally advised when to give an advisory, which you will see from time to time. And so far this year, we have issued 8 of them. Kenya continues to see increases in frequency and intensity of extreme weather and even climate events. It's very easy to discuss this subject because there are many things that we have seen. Before we came into what we are experiencing now and the enhanced rainfall of 2023, the short rains, we had found ourselves in a drought that existed for very, very long. 5 seasons in a row, failed rainfall, but instead lack of rainfall and devastating conditions. It's normally expressed in the form of losses in developmental and economic gains, biodiversity loss, water shortages, reduced food production, loss of lives, and reduced economic growth. And you'll find that what I am describing under drought also finds itself under flooding or excess rainfall, because even this time we're talking about loss of lives, reduced economic growth, and in some places reduced food production, although in other places we'll have a bumper harvest. In the water sector, increased variability in rainfall. This is an expression of climate change. We were used to a pattern of seasonal rainfall, where a season would be followed by a particular season would be followed by another one. Now it's a bit erratic, where you would find some extended, some shortened, and the frequency of rainfall seasons seems to have changed. But we are also trying to establish a pattern as we forecast, and this is a good opportunity for students to write what they see based on data that is actually available. Food security is another expression of what can happen as an impact to climate change, because it affects productivity in terms of the growth. Future warming, we see, is expected to negatively affect food systems. We also see that a yield of staple food, and we are not talking only about Kenya, but across Africa. In fact, it's worldwide. It threatens marine and freshwater fisheries and reduction in fish harvests. This past weekend, we had a phenomenon that was quite strange. Generally, because this is a good science forum to teach science, generally, cyclones do not form anywhere between 4 degrees north or south of the equator. That doesn't happen. And even when Cyclone Hidaya came, those who have been to class and been taught what I am saying knew that that would not happen. But the influence can go very far. If it had stayed in the ocean, the influence would have been felt, and that would have been increased rainfall. especially now when the intertropical convergence zone is still over the equator. Am I communicating something? Yes. So, and one other thing is that even though it died off at the time it did, there were still some influence. Like this morning I saw that the winds are still very, very strong over the coast. So we have to warn those who are using the ocean, the marine services. We have to give warnings, advisories, and regular forecasts so that everybody is equipped. You must have heard that about those canoes that were swept into our region all the way from Tanzania. Yes, we actually helped 10 to, okay, I had the CS for Interior talk about more than 20. The governor for Lamu told me that they had secured 10 people, even had their names, who were secured because the canoes just found themselves being swept by those strong winds all the way because of those waves. So we are talking about things that are real. This is just an illustration of what we've been going through. Some of us may have found themselves in this kind of situation, and thank God that we are here to listen to this in spite of that. I'm told I have only 3 minutes to tell the rest of the story. Health is impacted by climate issues. In my many sessions where I've explained the impacts of the weather conditions, I've talked about rainfall, and I've also talked about temperatures, because the temperatures have not been low. The temperatures have been such that pathogens would develop. Normally, that is not a scaring thing during the long rain season, because the temperatures are normally very low. But in the short rains season, the temperatures are normally high, and that is when we also give advisories for those who have to equip themselves against malaria and other developments like those. But things have changed, and this is a characteristic of climate change. What can be done? I do not have enough time to talk about what can be done, yet that is what is the most important thing. We are talking about use of climate information. That is what I would rather emphasize, because failure to use climate information will find us in under some of the conditions that we have suffered. The weatherman will provide forecasts, especially the seasonal ones, with very, very good lead time of at least 4 weeks. And that is enough time to get equipment even from space, if that is what you require to secure yourself from whatever adverse weather the warning will contain. Investments in all of those areas. I will leave the slides behind for anyone who may want to dig further. Technology and sustainable development. We have technology that is suitable for use in matters agriculture, matters water, good health and well-being, and I've explained one example of good health. Science and technology has made enormous inroads in understanding climate change and its causes. It's helping us in a lot of ways, and we can accelerate our transition to a low-carbon economy and mitigate impact of climate change. Some of the slides were prepared for me by people who are very, very conversant in matters climate change and the arguments that we are still pursuing, especially on loss and damage, because somebody has to pay. That's really just one of them, showing the observations that we make, and which are useful for weather forecasting, so that what comes to you is as accurate as we can get it. And yeah, it's more of talk of carbon, because that is what has been disturbed and led to us to where we are. We need to enhance the role of nuclear power as another carbon-free source of energy. There is a lot of what can be done. That is what we are saying in short. In Kenya, we have another example of the kind of energy that we can use. This one is found in Gong, a project of Kengen. Other examples, these are organizations that are in existence in our country. The technology that injects carbon dioxide into concrete during the mixing process, this reduces carbon footprint of the concrete and also makes it stronger and more durable. There is a lot of knowledge in our circles. There is a lot that has been discovered if we would just be keen to use it. And we are also saying that this technology can create new economic opportunities by turning waste into a valuable commodity. Why is this important? We are talking also to students who can start thinking about what they want to become upon completion of whatever course and whatever level. When they are properly guided, there is a lot of opportunities which we can prepare ourselves from very early stages. Thank you for this opportunity. I should be available for questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Can we clap for him? No, now we go factorial. Yeah, 5 factorial. Let's start, warm the drums. Again, let's start. Thank you for that presentation. I'm sure there'll be very many questions on that one. I know I better give mine now so that you can be thinking about it. The indigenous knowledge from Western Kenya, I think it is towards Luanda, Yala, those sides. They tell us that when the rain is coming, they just do a herb like this, and the rain goes. And when they want the rain to come, they use the same herb and they do what? Like that. And the rain comes. Has that indigenous knowledge, are you aware of it and have you patented it? I think they should be encouraged because it does happen. Yeah? So, and I'm very happy he has also explained why that cyclone did not reach here, isn't it? But he said the effects were high. Were we together? Yes, thank you very much, and we wish you well. Stay, because I know there'll be many questions for you. Then we also have the next presenter, who is Dr. David Ngigi, Director ASL, NACOSTI, who is going to talk about securing indigenous SMEs through strategic intellectual property frameworks. Welcome, David.
I'd shared the presentation. Okay. I'll try to be brief. This is one important topic that I was requested to share. And of course, in the current setup of this government, you know, the issues of SMEs is one of the priority areas. And then we want to link these with the intellectual property rights regimes. So, great. So in a very brief manner, because of the time, I just want to note that this is one of the important critical segments in our economy, and because of the kind of the impact it has in terms of the poverty eradication, employment, and income generation. This is, I may not want to more emphasize this, because it's very clear. But you say SMEs is the home of some of the major innovations because of the kind of the things that they are doing. But more importantly, what we need to really note is that this is providing employment for a largest one of the population segment in our country, having about 7.4 million SMEs in this country. You can imagine the impact in terms of that. But you can see there are some, majority of them are informal, because if we have only about, this is from Kenya Bureau of Statistics data, about 1.5 registered formally. What we do, this is they are doing serious businesses using indigenous knowledge that we really need to see and discuss as a country, how do we need to secure this. So, okay. So what are we saying? That indigenous knowledge, people and local communities are the one normally driving all these processes. But they do have the challenges that they're going through. And I just wanted to highlight just some of the few of them for our discussion, because you would see what our SMEs are going through insofar as the IP regimes is concerned, is the issues of levels of awareness, the issues of the difficulties in drafting the patent claims, and the cost of protecting some of these innovations and the IP assets around that. So our SMEs are going through some of these challenges that we really need to think as a country, how do we address some of these things. So what we are saying in a very brief manner, why would SMEs be concerned? Because it is one of the segments in our economy that really, they don't really pay much attention to this. But we are very clear that SMEs have valuable confidential business information that need to be protected, because we have IP laws in this country can take care of that. Some of the SMEs actually have participated, have invented, have improved products. We have been told innovation cut across new things, improving both products and services. All these SMEs are the domain of some of these. Most of these firms have created the original designs that have commercial value. Do they need to protect them? Yes. That's why I've asked, why do the SMEs bother to go this direction? The issues of copyright, participating, perhaps there is a disseminating and retaining copyrighted works. So we need that kind of the thing to get involved, or to bring them quickly into that. So the firms should consider the IP regimes. And of course, with the difficulties and the levels and the capacities, we need to understand and get to know that the IP rights to protect their product, how important it will be in terms of adding value to what they are going to do. But there are a number of IP assets or types that can, different products, different services that are being traded by the SMEs that they can take advantage of. And clear examples that I just want to highlight, because of the interest of time, I will not go into detail, some of the types of the IP assets that our SMEs are to their disposals, what they would go for. The issues of patent. And of course, we know the threshold for patents is so high, but of course, that gives them exclusive rights to be able to recoup their investment in their inventions. The issues of trademark, distinguishing marks and the likes, these are some of the things that are the low-hanging fruits that our SMEs are able to go for their goods and services that can be able to identify themselves. The issues of copyright, you're very aware of this issue that we have that aspect of protecting the artistic works. The issues of the industrial design, of course, this deals with the issues of appearance and aesthetic value of the product. Geographical indications, very important aspect, because most of our traditional aspects will find their way in there, and we'll give some examples, because they are signs of goods that have specific geographical signs that are specific to specific locations to specific goods. A good example in there is what we would give, and my colleague is here, he normally gives these examples, is if you were to go for honey from Baringo, if can be protected under that, or honey from Kiambu. Very few people will go for honey from Kiambu because of the geographical indication from what we know and what we attribute and what we associate from honey from some parts. So those are some of the things that we think are very important. But more importantly is the trade secrets that are available for the SMEs that they could go to add value, because we have seen the kind of the contribution they make it to our economy. Trade secrets are very important because these IP issues, because of the trade, whatever will go to protect the confidential info, which may be sold or licensed to. And these are very important because a clear example is the Coca-Cola, that for them they went for the trade secret. That's why they have maintained that formula for that long. Because you know patent, you only protect it for 20 years. After 20 years, it's free for all. So these are some of the things that we're highlighting that we can use to protect our SMEs to be able to add value. So in a brief example, just try to elaborate what we are talking about, that protecting these contemporary traditional cultural expression. That one we are saying directly copyright. The issues of industrial design, we have said, is about the ornamental, aesthetic value. Registering distinctive indigenous words and the names and trademark. We have said clearly trademarks what we need to go for, because these are marks that would identify various products, like the water before you is a Dasani. Those are clear trademarks. Geographical indications, those what I've just indicated. How we hope to protect the inventions. Of course, patent the high level, but is an asset, IP asset available. Traditional knowledge, again, through confidential of trade secrets. That will be the best for some of our products in there to protect their trade secrets because of the limitation of the others. And of course, even these laws, they are available in terms of the unfair competition. In terms of unfair competition in the business, is an available mechanism for SMEs to protect their assets and the likes. So I thought I would share those, but I will not delve into the other concern, because insofar as about the issues of claim in traditional knowledge, there is a lot of concern around that the issues of traditional knowledge and what even the professor was talking about is traditional knowledge. Our IP regimes are not really so strong in protecting the traditional knowledge around the traditional remedies, indigenous songs, genetic resources, and all these other traditional elements. So we are saying it will be very important if we strengthen our IP regimes around traditional knowledge and all these other traditional elements. And the other aspect that I just wanted to highlight is globally now the discussion is around the issues of indigenizing the intellectual property regimes. This is now at the global level, because we are talking about the ownership of traditional knowledge. There has been a lot of attempts, individuals wanting to own what will be traditional knowledge. But by existing laws, they are more of individualistic, because you can only apply as an individual or as a group. And then that's what we are indicating clearly. It will be almost next to impossible for ownership of traditional knowledge to be assigned to individuals. So this, let me skip these aspects because of what is going, the whole debate around how to strengthen the international regimes. But just to recognize at international level, there are a lot of effort to see how to able to strengthen the regimes around that. Particularly in Latin America, the collective IP rights, they have clearly recognized individual rights people, and by prohibiting any appropriation or use of traditional knowledge without explicit consent from the indigenous people. Philippine IP office have done that, and Professor, thank you for that. Just to conclude, just to indicate these are some of the elements or some of the things that we are putting forward to the country and to our SMEs that we are able to take advantage and really add value to these critical segments that are very important in our beta. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we clap for him? Yeah, he has touched on very many issues. Just take your notes and also make your questions ready. The next person, who is the last person who is going to speak, is Professor Vasey Mwaja, who is with KENAS and is going to talk about lessons learned in the sharing of research, infrastructures, and outcomes. Can we give him a clap of hands again as he comes? Yeah, thank you very much, Professor.
I'll make sure by
10
minutes,
minutes.
no more than 10 minutes. I need to correct something. The science research festival will take place the days between August 19th to 23rd. August 19th to 23rd. So mark your calendars. I'll take a few minutes to walk through quickly. Mine is very easy. Already, Gideon has already talked about infrastructure, but infrastructure takes place, equipment, knowledge-related facilities, and computing systems. That's when we talk about infrastructure in research. And we do restructure so that we can provide high quality resources and services so that the researchers can foster innovation and develop out cutting-edge technologies. And that's one dream about Konza Technopolis, because one of the areas we look at. Remember, infrastructure can be single-sided, can be virtual, can be distributed globally in the various depending on your partners. Therefore, it's essential that these facilities are available so that researchers can do their job. Okay. Can I go back there? Okay, it's not responding, but there's something I want. Do it manually, the previous slide, please. Yeah. Categories of research infrastructure. We got large equipment, and this is what the ministry was talking about, trying to facilities to enable for us to have large equipment. And that is one area that not everybody will be able to have large equipment. So therefore, we got to think about how do we optimize on those resources. IT infrastructure is gaining more traction, is the key today, because you know to figure out how do I store our research data. Social infrastructure. We need also to look at fosters collaboration, because we talk about collaborating with the other researchers between scientists from different regions and countries, human resources and infrastructure. And then information, that is knowledge-based collections, archives, and scientific data. You may have to do it. Okay, challenges facing research infrastructure. Publicly funded infrastructure, which is most of us depend on. We have a challenge of competition with one another. Find somebody from Kimathi and somebody from JQA, the mother and the daughter. They don't even want to share what they have. We have that kind of fragmented services leading to duplication of resources, waste of time and money. And that's the truth. The other one is we find, can you go back? Okay. Struggle to attract long-term funding. That's developing new software, and then looking at the value, the long-term maintenance of services, because most of this infrastructure you need to invest to maintain them. Joining together resources in different countries by different teams, researchers from different countries may have a problem to store data because of the system, incompatibility. Maybe you want to access that data, but the infrastructure is incompatible. And sometimes the infrastructure is designed without the end user in mind. The researchers themselves need to understand what infrastructure we have. Evolving research infrastructure has seen quite a lot of changes since the advent of COVID to become more important in future. Then we find that more international collaboration is taking place today than before. Because what happens that if you got some strain, you want to establish where it is, you need to go to China and find from the source. Virtual structures are coming in place because you want to share information. New infrastructures are basically digitally based, and open science is now one of the norms you find the moment you're getting this research funding from other places. They want the research for public good. And digital databases built provide a gateway to open access research. And this is one of the avenues that will be gaining traction today. So where are we as in African open research, scientific research? I don't want to spend a lot of time. Unfortunately, we are not discoverable, and that's the problem that we have. We have a lot of resources. We have a lot of research infrastructure, but we cannot be found. Less than 1.5% of the work we do in our institution is citable in the documents globally. That was work done between 1996 to 2022. Only 1.5% of work was African-based. It was done in Africa, but nobody could find it because the people did that. Less than 1% databases in particular is citable data sets, less than 1%. So we have great scholars, and I'm sure my previous president, Professor Micheko, would love to hear that we have released the latest journal of the Kenya Journal of Sciences, Physical Sciences, which is active. We have released 2 this year. And the next thing we want to do now is to get them citable so that you can find them. Why? Why are we having challenges? Interest is not seen or not fully understood. Lack of confidence in the data system. People say your data, I don't trust it, but we want it to be trusted. And data reuse is not supported in some of our institutions, because if I want to access data from Kimathi and I'm in Nairobi, sometimes I may not do that because there's no infrastructure for us to do that, and lack of resources for analytical aspects. Then we look to sustain research infrastructure. We need, I'm sure that my friend from Chemistry will be happy because that's their lab. We went to visit their lab with the team from Nacosti, looking at what they are doing. Key areas that researchers' perspective is always critical is funding. They want to know where the money will come from, collaboration, avoiding competition and duplication, the diversity of the teams that are working within that. And then we also need to look at adaptability and available best technology, because we want to analyze very quickly. With the infrastructure, then you go to research outcomes. The response is the research outcomes are results, because this is where the challenges become, because sharing infrastructure is arrangement. You can do that. But with research outcomes, you need to have a very clear partner, because you're saying you're looking at outputs, how you evaluate it, and the goals. The two groups must be compatible. I cannot access my output unless we're in agreement. So you need to have all those taken care of. You've already identified what you want to do. The gap is the same, because I'm not giving my data for my interest and the other interest. How do we share the outcomes? This is it. You can go from the email to podcasts. Today, that is the norm. We're saying that you can have a meeting, you can have a public lecture, you can go to the internet, and you can find it in magazines, because you want to, that is how research information is shared today. Sharing findings, you can have traditional journals and conferences. That is for our academic community. You can go to the social media and press releases for the other general public and the policymakers. Policymakers will concentrate more on the raw part. The industry, they want to hear what the newspapers say, what the MP says, whether the global peoples is Africa starved of technology. So benefits of sharing finding is increasing visibility, improving quality and transparency, fostering collaboration, and contributing to the public good, because that is the key, and helping people feel part of the research process, thus building trust. And therefore, these are some of the challenges we are facing today. You find that we know very well research information is key in the development, but you can see with our investment in sub-Saharan Africa of less than 1%, you can see how close we are. The Africa is big, but if you come to the research R&D, is that little question mark, that is Africa for you. That's where we are. No wonder we don't have a lot of patents, we don't have a lot of discovering and innovations. I want to conclude by saying lessons we have learned so far over the past, maybe since the time we started doing competitive grants, is that we need to fully embrace and scale up implementation of scientific research as an integral concept to better link research and practice to accelerate development. We need to do that. We have to invest in that. We also need to implement research for the creation and application of knowledge to improve implementation of policies, programs, and practices. This is why we are researchers. That's why we get the money to do that. Increasing social importance in public visibility of science, and that's why we are here, technology and innovation, make it essential that the beginning scientific researchers, like the young people we saw here today, are becoming part of the people to safeguard the integrity of scientific enterprise, because it's an enterprise by itself. And finally, modern science, where we know it is very strong, is also fragile in some ways. Therefore, it's important we all know we need to harness, protect it, and save it for the best part of our future. Therefore, maintaining honesty and self-correction. If I'm wrong in my research, I'll tell I need to correct it before I let it go to the public. With that, we'll be able to say hallelujah, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. He's leading by example, isn't it? He has served us 2 minutes. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, so now we have come to the period of questions and answers, and we can ask only short, quick questions. Yeah, can we start? Who is ready with questions? Were they that clear? Yes, at the back, 2 of them. Yeah. We can start with those 2, then we'll take, a third one is here with the Professor Ikua, and here. So let's start with those 2, loud and clear. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Oyamo Mark from Kisii University. My concern is on Semastea. I'll start with recommendation. I'll recommend that apart from having boot camps, I encourage that you visit universities and other higher learning institutions like Kisii and polytechnics. The second recommendation, not really recommend, it is an inquiry. Are you focusing on only science-based subject or arts as well? Then another recommendation is on, I'm aware that Semastea do visit science and engineering fair. Yes,
Make it short.
Done. I'm aware that Semastea do visit science and engineering fair, but you do it on national levels, so I'll recommend that you visit from regional levels, because I believe there are a lot of projects. Lastly, on climate change, on Dr. David, I'm saying from your sector, I'll recommend you use real-time data and integration of technology such as AI for study and collection of data, which can be used for predictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one. Make it short, kindly.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Nyakundi from NATCOM. I've got 2 questions. One is to Semastea. Semastea has been with us for a very long time. And I would wish just to understand something. It means there are teachers who gain extra knowledge, and I would wish to know the impact that that has created. Do they perform better than the other teachers who have not gone through that? How do we know? Do you follow up with these teachers who have gone through these programs? Is there any difference Semastea is making in our country? Can we say it is a very good program? But what records do we have to say that, yes, it is good to have this program because the teachers who go through it perform better? The outcomes, the teaching learning outcomes, are actually at a higher level as compared to those who have not gone through these programs. And number 2 is to the Ministry of Education presentation. There is something, probably I didn't understand it, but probably you would also clarify on it. You talked about your wish to come up with these incentives. Who are targeted with these incentives in research? And
make it short because we are out of time.
Yes. Who are the targets? And why do you want to give incentives to people to participate in this? I think we have enough of that research in the area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we take those two and then we come to the next one? Or we just do, Professor Ikua, you can give, and then who was the next one? Even as Professor Ikua starts to talk, I would like also to acknowledge the presence of Professor Vivian Matiru, who is a professor of microbiology. Vivian, you can greet so that the young ones can see you. Anybody who wants the area of microbiology, there you are. Thank you. Can we clap for her? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mine will be very short and also to Semastea. My concern is the reach, because you are one, maybe I would say, small organization, and Kenya is very large. And have you considered mainstreaming? We have primary school teaching colleges and so on, so that the training can actually be in those colleges so that they can now reach, they can have a wider reach. And then it will just have the same effect as the other person who have asked, then the one who have asked the question about the impact. Then also to mention that for universities, we are open to, our universities are actually open even for school children, students, even young children to come and actually see. We are open, actually. And I'm sure Kimathi, also JK, had many universities, and we receive a lot of students who come to learn, to be what they want. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My question, one of my questions was related to what Dr. Ikua said. This STEM outreach to the secondary schools and primary schools, I think in our university, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, we have very many students who come there to see what we have. So I think maybe what you need is to know which coordination, so that you know that it is taking place not only in Semastea but in other places. And then you talked of a Mondale school that you are putting in your center. So this school, will it be able to serve all the pupils in the country, or we are going to devolve it so that at least if there is a school in every county, then that would be better. My other question goes to Dr. Gideon Kivenge from the ministry. It is good that you said the research fund will be increased to 2%. That is a very good development. But my question is, are you going to be allocating to the university the research fund? Because we get the capitation, we get the development, but there is no research money that is allocated to the university. So if you get this 2%, then maybe the ministry can consider allocating some amount to universities. Thank you.
Okay, can we have the responses then? I think we have a mic here, starting with Semastea. You had the most. You can answer while you are seated there.
Thank you so much for the recommendations and also the questions. So starting with the first one, two recommendations. So we are actually largely in what we can call STEM. The capitation you get from the government is for science and mathematics teachers' capacity development. However, in aspects of ICT integration, we have opened it up to all the teachers. But mandate-wise, it is STEM. Then Dr. Nyakundi, yes, impact. Impact has always been a question in every forum we have made any presentation. But in 2018, we did the first external evaluation, we had an external body visiting the teachers that have been training for quite a number of years. They went, talked to them, observed them in class, and comparing to the other teachers, the report shows that the way they teach is more active in terms of learner-centered, and also they pursued some of the performances of the learners taught by these particular teachers, and there was a correlation in their performance in this area of STEM. There was that kind of impact. Even on our own also, we visited them, and there is a difference between those we have interacted with and those we have not interacted with. But at least from the external report, we can say there is some impact. But we have also had, like yesterday, I had one of the lecturers from Kisii, who was once our trainer, and they talk of using some of these strategies at the university. One time, even in Machakos, I met another lecturer. He was talking about that because he was a former trainer of ours, and he says those active learning strategies are embraced by university students, and they like it very much. So I think that is part of the impact we can quote. And then, okay, so thank you. Then we had TTCs. Yes, actually, we have been using TTCs to expand our outreach, but we also use the quality assurance system when you do our work. Every time we want to reach teachers and support, we are always working with the ministry officials in the field to create that output. And right now we are working on our system, but I'm happy for that answer, to really have that network across the country. Because like the colleges, we have got our trainers in those colleges across the country where we have our centers. So I think that's something good. STEM out, I want to, maybe I was not very clear. When I said the ministry has established what we call STEM model schools, it's not at Semastere. There are 103 schools, on average 2 per county, designated as STEM model schools. The purpose is the ministry wanted, actually is working on transforming them into centers of excellence in terms of STEM. They're not just at, there's no school at the Semastere, but they're across the country. We call them STEM model schools. There are 103. Thank you.
The next one, who had a question? Yes. Then while you are at it, answer mine of the hub.
Thank you. The issue of data, use of real-time data, I want to invite the person who asked the question to the department, where I will take you through the process of what we do. We use observed data for our forecasts, not just at the station. We have several stations within the country, and we also are in an exchange system with other countries the world over. Once we have done that and put it in the models, we also compare with other models so that the forecast is as close to what is likely to happen as possible. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, the indigenous knowledge, we use indigenous knowledge with our eyes wide open. There are things that are indigenous that can be explained scientifically. There are others that cannot be, and I do not want to say here what we think of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The first question was on the issue of incentives, and I want to assure participants that the ministry's intention is to provide incentives to focusing engagement of philanthropic and individual organizations, international donors, and industry stakeholders in supporting research through grants, sponsorships, and research endowments. In terms of the money the budget 2% of our GDP. We are working on a framework. I don't know why the notion sometimes it's like the money should be given to one institution, NRF. That is not the intention. The intention is to give it to all our STI institutions. So I think everyone will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say that, yes, I'd said this was the last group, but there is just one more who was supposed to have presented but came late. She just wants to say hello to you. And this is Joyce Njogu, who is representing the CEO. Come. Are you here? Joyce? Is Joyce here? 1. Joyce here? 2. Joyce here? 3. Gone. Okay. Can we give her claps so that she comes quickly? Yeah. Thank you. Joyce, you are welcome to just come and greet. Yeah.
Good afternoon, or is it evening? Sometimes we are confused what time evening starts. Is it 4 p.m.? So my name is Joyce Njogu. Sorry for there was a short mishap. I'm representing Mr. Anthony Mwangi, the Chief Executive of Kenya Association of Manufacturers. I believe he was meant to be in this panel. And I've been asked to talk very briefly. And I thought it's important that I mention that Kenya Association of Manufacturers is a business membership organization for manufacturing value-add industries. And we've been there since 1959, long before independence. And our core business is to advocate for a competitive business environment and ensure that we are globally competitive in all the work that we do. Part of global competitiveness is now around climate change. I was glad to hear a professor saying climate change has become quite a critical issue, and most recently we heard from the security, or is it interior ministry, that now it's a matter of crisis, and it has gone up the ladder in terms of priority at a national level. But for manufacturing sector world over, climate change is a major contribution towards sustainable development. So I thought it's important we mention that. Manufacturers depend heavily on natural resources, whether from agricultural produce or from mining or from the blue economies. So we really access our raw materials from all these natural resources and value add them to sell or to provide goods and services to people, Kenyans, and the world over. And just to be a basic part of food security is also value-adding agricultural produce so that we can spread access to food to as many people as possible across the world, not just in Kenya, because we also focus on exports. Just as an example, I found one time in Ireland, the Irish strategy on their exports, and one of them in their food and nutrition strategy is to feed the world. They're only 4 million, but they have such big productivity and high yields from agricultural produce that they are really ambitious enough to say that they plan to feed the world. So we at CAM appreciate research, innovation, technology, and we are constantly looking for partnerships to be able to innovate and commercialize all the research outputs that come out of it. I recognize that we are speaking the same language. There's very limited funding and a lot of limitations on practical applications of some of the research findings that are done. I was to speak also on the blue economy, but a lot has been covered there. But most importantly, just to tell you that manufacturing touches on all sectors of the economy, and we invite you to also participate or go through our website to read more materials on what we are doing. Finally, I wish to say that we have a Center for Energy Efficiency and Conservation in partnership with the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, where we've been doing a lot of research work, policy advocacy, and capacity building, including farm-level interventions in industries, reducing their carbon footprints, and also helping them to analyze or to utilize different conservation measures around energy, water, and most recently, solid waste and we've been participating in a lot of these strategies. And we also launched the Extended Producer Responsibility Organizations to manage waste. We also have Center for Green Growth and Climate Change within the association that is addressing matters climate change and how it affects manufacturing. I wish to extend an invitation for those who will be available on Monday 20th. We shall be here at Safari Park hosting Clean Energy Conference, and you'll hear more around clean energy and the manufacturing sector. Thank you so much.
Can we give a clap, a hearty clap? Thank you very much. Now to all, I think we can end there. No more questions. No more, you asked no more questions. We have to go because the weather people told us what is going to happen after 4:30. Yeah, that is from me, not from them. Yeah. So I think we need to clap for all of them. Can we give them a 5 factorial? Again, warm the drums. Thank you very much. Can we start? Thank you very much. And make sure that you also, as they are going out, as they are taking tea, you interact with them. If there are any questions, you can just write on paper and hand to them and your email address, and they'll answer you. So we'll appreciate them with the present. Each, who is handing over? I just want to be in the photo, yeah? Okay, let's start. Yeah? Let's start from, I don't know if she was included in this number.
No, she can take my position. She's included.
Okay, so let us move there. Yeah, move there. Yes, yeah. And they always say ladies first, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, that's exactly the rules I was following.
So hand over. Thank you. Just stand there. Me, I'll give you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
The next one, I think, is the
Yeah, go down. Okay. Don't go, you have a cup of tea. Okay. Out there. You have a chance to have a cup of tea with my chairman, who is just...
Thank you. The next one, and I think we have to release him right away, is the weather person.
To go and read the weather.
Can we clap for him?
Yeah.
He has served us so many things. Yeah. Thank you. And we are releasing him because he has to leave. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Hey. Nitakuja kutafuta pale juu. Yeah.
Okay, can you clap for him? Yeah? Yes. No, me, I'll give him this one.
Yeah.
So, Chairman, you'll get your present.
Don't worry, mine will come from the chairman of...
They are more, they are here.
No, mine will come from the top. Oh, you wanted me to...
Yes, Chairman, I have to give you.
Can I have the picture? Can I have the picture?
I want to have another opportunity to give you a present.
Chair, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I qualified today too, you know?
Yeah, thank you.
Can I now take over so that I can release the people for a cup of tea? We should all take a chance and appreciate the chairman. She has worked so hard since morning. Can we have a clap for the chair? But I needed the gift to where we're going to give the chair because she has...
No, mine will follow me to the office.
No, I want you to receive a picture from my chairman, if I may ask, Professor Munabu.
They are here.
Yeah, with her and a bag.
Our bag is here.
Our bag is here because I think it's very important for me. Otherwise, she'll not buy me coffee.
Yeah,
there's nothing else she can do.
And you know, Professor Munabu is an eminent professor. I'm really humbled.
Exactly. See now, even for me passing the bag to him to give it to you, I appear in the picture.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
You have done a fantastic job. Okay? Asante sana.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I really want to thank you all most sincerely for bearing with us today. I know you are happy. Today I was also on the receiving end, so I didn't talk, but now I have the opportunity to get back to work. We come to the end of our third day. Now we look forward to tomorrow, the crowning it all. Tomorrow we will connect again. We start our program at 9 a.m. in the morning is when we have our first part of the presentation. And we look forward to trying to get here by lunch hour. We get awards and get everything we need to do tomorrow. Tomorrow is not a very packed day because I can see in most cases the ladies and gentlemen will be here. You'll not be having a lot of PowerPoint. You'll be just coming to see you've done a good job. Otherwise, thank you so much. God bless you. Have a cup of coffee and travel home safe to Taonana. For those who have come, my name is Vase Mwaja, and I happen to have been the master of ceremonies for this event. But today I was part of the participants. God bless you all.